Alright. Is everything working? Please be working. Alright, yes, things are working. Yes, okay. Oh, with everything working, back to it. Finally. So, last time, went to the spires to help the nobles with a potential assassination. Someone was killed, and I'm investigating the murder. Well, someone, like, the canoness of the local sister order, Sisters of Battle Order, was killed, which, bro. And, yeah. Currently running around talking to the different nobles, trying to figure out who would do such a thing. And I left off here. Yeah, I explored the crime scene. And now I need to go around and talk to all the different people. Oh, I think next up was Pontifex Coitus. So let's talk to him. Pontifex Coitus. Dang. Looks brutal. Pontifex Coitus raises a gaunt face, the color of yellowed parchment. Deep shadows lie beneath his eyes, and a fresh burn mars his cheek. The surface is glistening with a wet crust and emitting a faint scent of medicinal ointment. Nosing your gaze upon him, he sways slightly. Are you unwell, Pontifex? I fear the news of this esteemed sister's demise caught me unawares. I am Lash, acolyte in the Inquisition. The Holy Ordos are interested in determining who's responsible. No, don't give my name. I'm an acolyte of the Holy Inquisition, vested with authority to investigate this incident. I have some questions for you, Pontifex. Acolyte. Muscled by the Pontifex's mouth twitches, as if suppressing a grimace of displeasure. Greetings, agent of the Golden Throne. It's a dark day for us all. Surprisingly keen gaze of the aged Pontifex passes over your shoulder, rests upon Rockety. I entertain no illusions regarding the special standing of the Inquisition. We all serve him as we can, and as our conscience dictates. I had to bring this to the holy festivities. I fear that sooner or later you will have to answer to him for such deeds. Dim light illumines, Pontifex's eyes seem almost black. His whisper, verging on reverent, reaches your ears, somehow drowning out the hum of the crowd. To think, the blessed Canoness Marsilia, whose soulless hand dared to defile her life. I wish to ask you about the Canoness. Nods, a shadow falling across his face. Where did you go after you left the festivities? Won't deny that the procession took a toll on me. Pain tore through my leg, and upon returning to the palace, I retired to my assigned quarters to prepare for the coming service. I fear my bones are not as strong as they once were. When did you last see the Canoness? His gaze turns empty, as if summoning an image to mind. After the procession, the last I saw of Canoness Marcilla was in the main hall, same side the governor. Anyone you suspect? Suspect? I am certain I know the exact identity of the vile heretic who committed this heinous crime. He casts a searching glance around the room to make certain you're not being overheard. Turn attention to the fabricator general and laugh. Never gave you my name. Shortly before the tragedy, the canonists tried to confiscate dangerous artifact from him, so as to deliver it to the safekeeping of the Archcardinal. Followers of the so-called machine god resisted fiercely. Even the palace guard was forced to intervene, along with Lord Flux's hats himself. Gang cultists from the Laithwold's fleet led by Cartesius Hectus Prime. No, I did not say in person. Truth demands safely in orbit around Scintilla, and instead sent his servant, a wretched vessel for his voice, twisted as it is by his false faith, to participate in the procession. Pontifex sneers. An unprecedented insult, to be sure, but does it not strike you as unusual that the prime suspect already taken such precautions? Consider that an admission of guilt. Yeah, that's good. I know you had a conflict with the canons. What was the reason behind it? And the expression does not change, but notice a throbbing vein in his temple before he replies through gritted teeth. The subject of our dispute shall remain between myself, Canis Marsilia, and the God Emperor. Affairs of the ecclesiarchy are not for outside ears, even those belonging to the age of the Inquisition. Change subject. Let's talk about you. What was your purpose in coming to the palace? The bushy eyebrows shoot upward. Arch-Cardinal Ignacio entrusted me with leading the procession during the celebration of St. Civius. Is it truly prudent to discuss such matters before you have found the murderer? Burn looks painful. How did you receive it? No injury, having no bearing on the present investigation. You have a stern look. Based on collateral signs and considering the nature of the burn, I can summarize that the Pontifex is experiencing acute pain, kind that may drive an individual to exhibit irrational behavior. Ignoring Epnine's comment, the Pontifex takes a deep breath and answers you. There's nothing shameful in pain. I will endure any trial that the God Emperor places in my path. Now, if that will be all, from rumors that you belong to a death cult, Pontifex. Fung frowns before replying with curt politeness. What are you implying, Lord? I'm a devoted servant of the God Emperor, and proved my loyalty to him time and time again. That's all I need to know. Okay. Return to the investigation. Let's return to the investigation. Oh no, may the truth become the weapon with which you strike down apostates and traitors.
At once.
I don't like that guy. But I don't know if I don't like him enough to, blame him. There's the Emperor. The Emperor. Brought machine oil. So I know this is a place where they were making the poisons. Ah, the Agroseer is here. Chief Tech Warden's key. Key embossed with the symbol of the Depths Mechanicus was left unattended. Yoink. And the door leads to the terminal tunnels on the Agroseer, Biologist, and Z17. Tech Priest is hunched over one of the roots lying on the table for instance, sorting the numerous files with his mechadendrites. Preparing to make some start. An authorized unit. You are not cleared from the Sanctum. Cease your presence here at once. Authority of the Holy Order doesn't appear to come out. I'm cleared to access any location I deem necessary in my search for Canis Marsilia's murderer. Tech Priest flinches once more. Clear accepted. Unit reauthorized. So leaf found the ashes. You know what kind of plant this leaf came from. You must consult the Agri catalog. This operation will take from 3 to 5 planetary cycles. I don't believe you. So the sigil. You'll explain immediately how this plant came to be in the chapel where the Sisters of Battlement are in. By theft. One term prior to the commencement of festivities, an unidentified unit breached my sanctum and stole a cutting of this plant, logged carefully, of a highly toxic plant. Contact with exposed flesh results in the formation of painful blisters. Luke Canis Marsilia's poison. You're a specialist poison. I'm very keen to hear what you have to say on this matter. Tech Priest shakes his head indignantly. I'm an Agroseer biologist. My expertise is in the cultivation of flora, not lethal intoxication. Fine. What do you know about the murder? I'm not possessed of such information. As part of Fix, RS absorbs mineral feed, so I am absorbed in my work. Intensely absorbed. When did you last see the canoness? From the operational shift prior to the festivities. The previous visitation period encompassed intervals from 3 to 5 operational shifts. Canonist unit characterized this as an inspection, flagrant abuse of her function. See anything suspicious in the chapel? I'm not authorized to visit that area. Furthermore, I critically downgraded the chapel's priority after an incident. While moving along an adjacent route shortly before the commencement of the festivities, I heard sounds I identified as human screaming. I believe the Canonist unit utilized the chamber for purposes other than those designated. Huh. Having suspicions as to who could have murdered Canonist Marsilia. Hypotheses are category absent. I remind you that I am an aggressive biologist with a large number of unfulfilled protocols from which this conversation is distracting me. Some other questions. Let's discuss something else. Relax, but I'm prepared to transmit the desired. Now let's toward the table. What were you working on? I synthesized nutrient compounds in order to enhance flora productivity. I desire to return to the SAS. The array of chemicals on the table is wholly unsuited for the production of fertilizer. You're not producing fertilizer here. Speak the truth, and quickly. The Lord Calix's requested toxic compounds. I prepared concoctions for him in strict accordance with the recipes, and only in low concentration. He then ingest them to build metabolic resistance. Governor Hax is aware that any deviation from the prescribed doses during preventative consumption of poisons may lead to his death, so he trusts no one but me with this process. The data was classified. Exactly your duties. Tech reached the agenda order, assigned to the palace and captivity of aggressive biologists. Entrusted with elevation of the agriculture remains the main aspect. I mean, this is not employed just anyone. How did you earn such honor? Were there truly no better candidates? Successful, better. With all due respect, the candidacy was optimal. Fabricator General himself blessed my tech priest cuts himself off. My knowledge and diligence were recognized at the highest level. So he gives that same response, even if you call him out for making poisons. Okay, that'll be all for now. Okay, so someone did steal a plant from here. That plant could have caused the murder. One turn prior to the fest, some broken infectious battles laboratory soul first to cut stem. Take small doses of poison to develop a... where any divination is prevented, poison doses could prove fatal. Ah! Hydrate! Hello! Ugh. Water.
Moving.
It's very easy. You have the pleasure of viewing the agriculture, whatever. Inspect. Read the plant. This can read, it's Chloropidia, those whose seeds were brought by the voice of Saint Smart. Though the vessel fell in battle against heretics, memorying the Imperial's defenders will endure until the end of time. Small tendrils cover the stems of the plants. Anaphetibilia nobilis, named in honor of Anaphetibilia of House of Protelius, martyred patroness of monasteries. May his soul dwell forever in the light of the golden throne. Unassuming plant with broad leaves. Screen reads, a malaria sepulchre gifted by the Chartist captains of the Chronos Expanse, vast as the domain, the Imperium, and here you behold proof of humanity's grand expansion. Lush with small round leaves, all covered in pale vines.
At once.
Petrifexaurus is a hardy shrub, cultivated on a distant and hospitable wold, one among countless plants cultivated by humanity. Sparking pearls of sap adorn the serrated edges of the leaves. This is Clinica familias, whatever. A plant whose sap repels all pests. Just as the shrub is free of corruption, so too must humanity abide neither mutant nor witch in its presence. Predatory looking plant, thin translucent spines on its ready leaves. Oh, this is the same type of plant. Tracks detected. Lump of soil with a footprint. Ruins of Visca indicate the humidity level and oxygen cycles. Necessary for flower survival maintained with the help of sacred machines. Alright, we got 2 trails of footprint, 3 trails of footprints.
No sense in delay.
1 trail leads to here, which honestly makes sense. The other 2 footprints split. Let's go this way. Oh, scans detect a fading site active trace. Faint site trace is in the car. Investigating is impossible without a psyker.
Never still for long.
Listen in. Annoying Fusilier. What nonsense. Foolish commoner. It's one of you lot slacking off and disparaging your betters. I swear by the throne, it wasn't just chatter, it was a voice, an echo of sermons. We checked the room, but they were empty. Then we put an ear to the wall and we all started shaking our boots from its horrid wails, I tell you. To the walls. Every servant knows that a confessor once stayed at the palace and then disappeared, but the thing that lurks in the walls has taken him. Afterwards, servants started hearing the sounds of sermons echoing through the palace corridors. Were there intruders in the chambers? No, there were not, and that is that. Those wells of yours were just the wind howling. You're in the spires, blast it. Why are you making the sign to quill again? Get to work.
Keeping my eyes open.
Look. Alright, let's pick up Sarah. Sarah. However you pronounce his name, god dang it. Let's go pick up him. I guess replace Discordians. Sarah. He also has a level up. How nice. How is? Doing alright. Past few days were a bit annoying with things going on and not happening, and also what in the world is wrong with the hand? That's just great. What if I increase this? Yeah, I think that was a bit better. Whatever. Anyways, yeah, doing alright. Plus targets will damage all 50 unless passive blah 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 or suffer. Okay. Good multi-beam. Anyways, yes. Other than annoyances with stuff over the past few days and not being able to stream because of them, I've been doing alright. Bit tired and slow at times, but all in all, pretty good. Honestly, I haven't been working on many projects. I need to get back to working some projects and hobby stuff. How are you doing? Ah. Good luck on making it all work.
No sense in delay.
It's almost any minutes.
Murder of a servant. Hazy figure dies.
Reconnoitering.
Blood trail. Red bloodstains in the cracks in the floor. Entry. Orders from Governor Hux. Oh, this area is restricted by order of his lordship, Lord Culx Hux. What's inside? Auditorium, sir. It was damaged during an intercept operation involving the palace guard, details which we are not privy to. Decrees of Governor Hux do not extend to the servants of the Holy Ordos. Both fusiliers hastily make the sign of the quill. 1,000 pardons, sir. We didn't recognize you, but you may not enter without a rebreather. Where can I find a rebreather? The quartermaster in the armory, sir. Alright.
Always on the move.
Why am I doing that when I can do this? Speed. Was told you have rebreathers. Been misinformed. There are no rebreathers. They're all gone. Seem a bit glum. Glum, eh? How'd you like it if you were stuck in a cage? The whole trays of food passed me all day. No. When some of Grok thinks to share, can't even get a bite or my apologies, sir. I forgot who I was addressing. Looking for the murder of Candace Marsilia. Have you seen anything suspicious? Expression darkens. Heard the servants whispering. So it's true then. Candace been murdered. Don't know anything about it, and to be honest, don't want to know. I've been locked in here since morning. Ask anyone. Okay, let's find some food for him. Split some stew. This is for you. I'm responsible for every crumb. Go away. He's on your way, Master. Must work. Master, but we aren't allowed to be distracted. Ooh, what's this? Bloodstone ring. Once per turn, when the wearer deals vital damage while shooting with a pistol, they do not spend AP while making the next pistol attack. Interesting. Okay, so that food's not allowed to be taken.
Keeping my eyes open.
Can I take food from other trays? Ooh, goods. Food. Yippee.
Reconnoitering.
Any food over here? Or is it too hot for food? Food? No food. Food? No food. Get any food? Nope. Oh, food! Yippee! Yeah, one
Always
more.
on the move.
There wouldn't be any food over here, so... I mean, will there? Highly doubt it. Food! Yummy. Food. No one deserves to starve. But, sir, you shouldn't have. Thank you, of course. Would reform my manners. Here, stash a couple of rebreathers and Lord General's orders. Just don't tell anyone I gave them to you. After next use, these rebreathers will be worthless. Cool. Any equipment I can purchase? Probably not. I don't really care. Soul junk. Alright, we got rebreathers. I have a rebreather. Let me pass. Yes, sir. It doesn't actually fit on rebreathers. Darn. Would have been funny. Anyways, footsteps go on. Let me guess, the corpse? Yippee! Before you lies the corpse dressed in servant's livery. Decomposition has already begun to set in. The body is lying face up, his eyes wide open and his right hand slightly clenched. Several dark red spots on the collar directly beneath a small cut in the neck. Not shake the feeling the killer took the victim by surprise. For distinctive features. There is an augmentation seal marked MRS 064 on the victim's neck. Below the back of the head, in addition, a patch is visible on the collar. MRS Kilwatic. First part of the insignia probably indicates rank, most likely Medicaid rank servant, while the second part indicates the internal classification of palace attendants. The deceased was quite young and had apparently been rather successful in his duties. Oh. Suspect the dead man's hand is empty, but the skin is covered in ugly, drained blisters, as if from a burn. Determine the cause of death. A deep, narrow wound on the neck leaves no doubt this is what ended the poor man's life. There are no signs of violence. Search the corpse. Found a standard box in the inner pocket. Servants use these to receive orders from different parts of the Lucid Palace. The nervous voice of a young man can be heard in the recording. Sister, I've received a special assignment, one that I can't refuse. It's from someone far too important. The person I'll be assisting has a pronounced limp, so I'll most likely be delivering messages or carrying heavy things. Something unpleasant, but please pray for me at all the same. Listen to the Vox recording. You hear the service on the recording, blah blah blah, that's all I just read. Let's say he was carrying work for an important person who noticeably limped. Walk away.
Keeping my eyes open.
Open it. Thanks. Charge an autogun. Will deal 30% more damage for each stage of a critical effect on the target. Alright. Well, note, the righteous one reading this could not take Martyr's hand from the palace. I had to entrust the relic to the God Emperor. Still await salvation. I pray you, protect the relic from the creatures of darkness, for I had a vision. They're coming for it. Trusted the relic to the God Emperor.
Moving.
That's surely how that works. Oh, what's that? Can someone please notice that so I can pick it up? Nope, okay. Oh, there's more things. That's all I need from here.
Always on the move.
Oh, I ask you questions. We should discuss something else. Pick up the dead servant Burns. You know this man. Any thoughts on how he injured his hand? Unknown unit. The injuries are known. They're definitely chemical in origin, such as might result from the contact with toxic plants. Sample capable of causing such reaction was recently stolen from this victim. Offer praise to Messiah for the rightful retribution upon this flora thief. Alright. That'll be all for now. So, this person stole the poisonous plant, presumably for, Pontifex, but was assassinated somewhere along the way, and I'm assuming the plant taken by someone else? Well, let me figure out who would steal it from the Pontifex. Kenneth, you... Okay, cool. I can't accuse him. The God Emperor is made of tastelessly expensive materials. Cool, but where's the sacred thing that was entrusted to the God Emperor?
Moving.
This is another statue to the God Emperor. General Aldrich. Do not pester me. Okay. Anything new I can talk to you about? Some questions about you. Pacified one of the lowest high sectors. Is this true? Fane on Autumn's temple swells with frightening speed. When she speaks, her voice is still. It is. Unions arrived on site and encountered unforeseen circumstances, suffered heavy casualties. The Golden Throne received their souls. Lord General Odin was barely containing the fury threatening to break out of her. Whatever happened to lower levels, it has struck a painful blow to her pride. Thank you. Probably have questions for a member of the Inquisition? There's one matter, about Centillion last year. For a moment, Odin regards you with a look that could be best described as assessing, still she nods. There's one matter, about a Centillion year ago. An Inquisitor from the Bastion Serpent has requisitioned a platoon of my Fusiliers. Since then, I've heard nothing of my soldiers. Can you find out what became of them? So I may inform their families. How would the Lord General personally report anything to the families of her soldiers? Because my Fusiliers are all scions of the noble houses. Each of them comes to me replete with at least 6 vengeful relatives and 5 heirs, if I am up. To keep my regiments well equipped and untroubled, I have no choice but to show them respect. Alright. I'll seek out that information. Well, it looks like you have a mix of hesitation and surprise, and straightens and gives a salute. Thank you, Acolyte. That was an old deed. I did not expect it.
Reconnoitering.
Think about it. I have learned about your conflict with the Adeptus Sororitas. What do you have to say about it?
Members of the Adeptus Sororitas coveted technology that rightfully belongs to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Verbal exhortations proved insufficient, and it was decided to resort to violent methods. Forces dispatched by the Lord Calixus introduced errors into the calculations for combat engagement, so it was deemed necessary to terminate the confrontation. The incident has been resolved.
As a Leifwold fleets have any requests for the Inquisition.
A member of the Holy Orders initiating communication of this nature is unexpected, requesting time to study possible causes of interaction.
Black Priest looks at you with indifference while his vox emits a series of tense creaks.
By the will of the Omnissiah, an omen embodied in a Vox transmission was sent indicating the location of an abandoned Adeptus Mechanicus laboratory. According to unconfirmed reports, research for the Holy Orders was conducted there. Does the priesthood of Mars have the right of priority access to this site, or will the Inquisition contest it?
And research was being conducted in his laboratory.
Unknown. It has been established that deliveries of biomaterial were made there from various hive cities. Nothing else.
This will probably boost reputation. Permit to enter the laboratory first. In exchange, expect to receive the data and materials he gathers, so they may be studied at the Bastion Serpetus. Big and red inclines and bows, his bell joints creaking. I'm registering the blessing of logic bestowed upon the servant of the Golden Throne. By the will of the Messiah, research cohorts will be dispatched towards the source of the signal. Question about well, for now, Or stands for you. Do you have any pleas or requests on my address? Luminaires his eyes with suspicion. I'll honor that the Inquisition will make such an offer to the Ecclesiarch. Generosity is commendable indeed. I fear the price may prove excessively high. Still, one noble house's cliques has forbidden the mission from delivering sermons in the vicinity of their estate. In these unsettled times for Scintilla, it is of paramount importance to offer our prayers to the God Emperor, extolling deeds performed for the benefit of the Imperium. Only a deranged or the heretical will claim otherwise. Thus, I was not surprised when tidings reached me that certain members of this house are collectors of profane tomes. Only assume such information would be of interest to you, as an agent of the old Inquisition. Of course of action do you expect in response to this information? I presume to dictate to you, yet perhaps accusations of heresy, followed by public executions, and ample others would suffice. This isn't really anything definitive. Like, with the Lathe fleets, I mean, it was like, yeah, we want to enter this place because it used to be ours, and it just makes sense. And it's like, yeah, that's logical. Learning the fate of people to, improve relations amongst the nobles. Okay. So right here is like, hey, I don't like these people, go kill them. I'm like, no. Trying to use the Inquisition as your personal instrument for disposing of nobles who disagree with your rabble-rousers, trying your position, I would weigh the consequences of such an attempt before making it. Pontifex inclines his head politely, offering no further reply. Only a slight tremor at the corner of his mouth betrays his indignation.
No sense in delay.
Looking for who are you? Blah blah blah. I don't really care, honestly. Looking for the murder of Kenneth Musili. Have you seen anything suspicious? We are the servants of the Palace Treasury. We're engaged day and night in provisioning the festivities, he frowns. For a moment, looks utterly drained. I'd be glad to aid you in uncovering the heretics, but alas, may the God Emperor guide your steps. Supplies. Another bloodstone ring. What's up with the richly dressed guys? Lord Emperor, the two guardsmen gives a synchronized salute in your direction. There's a quick, furtive glance between the fusiliers before the one corporal's epaulette steps forward slightly. His face is well groomed, his ear and part of his cheekbone replaced with a gilded augment. Freshman report, nothing suspicious was observed during our watch. Behind the bravado, the fusilier is clearly agitated, and his voice trembles as he delivers his report. The guardsman standing beside the corporal nods in agreement with his comrade's words. He appears older, bulkier, and his weapon is markedly superior to that of his companion. As he gazes, he lowers his eyes. I'm investigating the murder of the candidates and expect your cooperation. Yes, sir. Received orders to assist an individual matching your description. We are on guard duty at the chapel. Yes, sir. Posted at the chapel entrance. Presume you wish to know if we heard anything suspicious. No, sir, we did not. Nor did we see anything. Why did you leave your post at the chapel? Were you hoping to evade the investigation? No, sir. The Inquisitor ordered us to redeploy so as to not disturb the sisters of the Adeptus Sororitas in the morning of the Canoness. Corporal breaks out in palpable sweat. The Inquisitor decided it would be best for us not to cross paths with the Holy Sisters while they are still filled with righteous fury. I have some questions about you. Well, Godmere, we have nothing to hide. Purpose for being here, purpose of securing the palace, are assigned personally by Lord General the Centillion Fusiliers, the Odom. Why are you so nervous? Candace is dead. That's why we're nervous, sir. It's a calamity. His voice quivers slightly. Let's discuss the murder. This makes the sign of the Aquila. When was the last time you saw the Canoness? Immediately before she went to the chapel with her sisters, sir. The radiant Canoness is deigned to bless our service. Fellows solemnly folds his hands into the signs of the Aquila. Do you see or hear anything unusual? Sir, there was a lot of commotion from all the festivities being prepared, so we heard nothing. Corporal steals a glance at the guardsman von Schadeur, who closes his eyes in silent approval. Well, there is one thing. Word from the servants is that the confessor responsible for the chapel services went missing a while back. The palace menials talk of hearing his sermons echoing through the corridors. He himself was nowhere to be seen. User stops, visibly embarrassed. Never mind, just the servants' tale, no doubt. I found evidence of gunfire in the chapel. Did you hear it? No, sir. Even if a tank had exploded in there, we would not have heard it. The chapel's too far out. I'm informed that sounds coming from the chapel can easily be heard from this corridor. Sir, the corporal's lips betray him with a quiver, and his perfect posture begins to sweat. His legs seem to be failing him. What the corporal means to say is that we respect sources of information, but we still heard nothing. Guardsman Tone makes an burn to straighten up and regain his confident bearing. Did not leave your post after the canoness entered the chapel? No, sir. That is most strictly forbidden by the Codex of Vigilance. Despite Guardsman von Schadder's confident tone, the corporal pales. Von Schadder, get out of here. Strong emotions play across Von Schadder's face. At last, Fusilier nods to you and accepts yes. Thank you, sir. Standing watch makes a man crave a smoke of something fierce. I'm sure you know. I know you're lying. You could not fail to hear the gunfire. Confess. Or his face turns white as chalk, and sweet sweat beads on his forehead. At the moment the canoness was killed, Von Schadder and I were not at our posts. We abandoned it. Why did you abandon your posts? By order of Lord General Odom, she commanded us to break up a scuffle between some nobles at the security post near the docks. But by the time we arrived... Oh, top of the morning. Or evening, or... Well, it's evening for me. Yeah. Investigating the murder. And we're starting with this, corporal's missing, firearm. But by the time we arrived, it was already over, so we just cleared away the body, and that was that. We went to report to the Lord General, but she wasn't there. And she wasn't responding to Voxcast either. We waited for her for a while, then came straight back here. Well, Von Schadder did stop for a low stick, but after that we ran full tilt the rest of the way. Didn't want to miss a moment the canoness exited the chapel. It's a trial. Last stream, the canonist of the local sororitas order was killed, and we're investigating the murder. And apparently this was one of the people guarding the entrance to the chapel where the canonist was murdered. And so it's kind of like, well, who did you see go in and out? And he's like, I don't know, I left the post. It's like, bruh. Canonists speak with anyone in your presence. Only with Lord General Odom. They were discussing security measures and the placement of guard posts, discussing them rather loudly. That was the point of contention between the Lord General and the canonists. They are arguing because their regiment is guarding the reception. At the request of Lord Calix Hux, the Lord General is accusing the honorable canonist of not trusting her, neither her personally nor our entire regiment. It's because of this distrust that the canonist was removing us from our posts and replacing us with her own battle sisters. It seemed to anger the Lord General greatly. In the end, they came to an agreement where the sisters would remain to guard the main hall, while we would secure the rest of the palace. Corporal falls silent, then his eyes widen for a split second, as if he remembers something else. There was a camera there, but it's, like not working or some crap. I don't know. Wait, I did find a camera. Oh, I was told I need to find something else to get the camera working, or something. Something you're not telling me, Corporal. Are you trying to test it? Yeah. Also, too, cameras are weird because of how 40K Universe is with technology. Do they have cameras? Yes. Are they smart enough to really use them all the time? No. Tell me, trying to test the patience of an agent of the Golden Throne. Speak now, while I'm still willing to listen. I just remembered. The sentries of the guard post report to Lord General Odom that a large container had been delivered to the governor's study. It said it likely holds an artifact from the expedition. What kind of artifact or which expedition? I cannot say. Only heard it over the Vox. Please forgive my lack of vigilance. Just towards the other Fusilier. Are you not forbidden to leave your post? Correct, sir. It is forbidden, but Guardsman Von Shador is a regimental veteran and a Marquez, so... Corporal begins to visit noticeably, exposing the peculiar dynamics that work within the Centillion Fusilier's regiment. That'll be all for now, but we'll be back. As you command, Lord and Emperor, I shall wait here.
Never still for long.
Alright, anything out of the docks? I mean, other than the crap that was already here. Anything new at the docks?
The Holy Orders teach.
Apparently I never came back here.
Tread carefully.
Some loot.
Keeping my eyes open.
Some loot. And nothing else back here? Yeah, okay. Some loot. Whatever. Alright. Found some new stuff, so... It really seems like no one liked the canonists. Sure, the government studies still an artifact hidden there. Makes no sense. Servant soul poisonous stems on the orders of Pontifex Incartius. Makes sense. These fragments are archival records about the Lucid Palace's early designs. Fearing assassination attempts, previous sector governors Clix repeatedly rebuilt the palace, leaving secret passages used by servants. If I were to consider the questionable source of information you refer to as the Warp Echo, conclude that the injuries on the servant are congruent with those observed during our encounter with the Warp phenomenon. Okay. So, he has an artifact. Anyways, so Lord Calix Hawks has a artifact. Fabricator General wants it. Apparently, Lord General Odom brought it in or was interested in it. Canonists didn't like it. And this is such a mess. I need more information.
Always on the move.
Let's see here. These guys have names. Can I talk to you guys? So, two sister battles greet you by making the sign of the Aquila, almost at the same time. One is very young, the other is older. Call it eye. Judging by the scars, is clearly the result of a poorly healed injury. Sister Helia. Acolyte, my name is Sister Helia. My comrade in arms is Sister Priscilla. Whatever. We know that you are searching for the heretic who killed the canoness and her Celestines. Please tell us what you know, or else let us aid you in capturing the perpetrator. Pray for your success, servant of the Golden Throne, and that swift retribution be brought down upon the malefactor. Spare us a little of your time. When and where did you last see Canoness Marsilia? And Canoness inspected the Lucid Palace before the Invocatum Sanctus. She wanted to make sure that there was nothing that might threaten the concluding of liturgy taking place in the chapel. Saw her walking down the corridor with the Celestines, and nothing in their appearance suggested imminent disaster. Sister Helia grimaces bitterly. So many times I've recalled those moments, but nothing. Not a single hint, not a single clue. God Emperor, forgive my invigilance. Who do you think could be the murderer? Looks grim. The priests of Mars, and greed and heresy have consumed their souls. Seek out the tech priest with a mechadendrite claw on a shoulder burned by a melta. Surely get a confession from him. Dear Sister Helia, Sister Young may be mistaken. What do you think? I am with her on this, Acolyte. I believe that Depus Mechanicus from the Lathwolves could well have committed such a terrible crime. And unless Sister Priscilla's age to discourage you, she often perceives the very heart corruption, where others do not. Why do you suspect the Adeptus Mechanicus? Because of the battles of the dock, Canoness Marsilia learned that a heretical machine had fallen into the hands of the tech priests, and we went to the docks of the Lucid Palace to destroy the abomination and accuse the guilty. And what did the servants of the Almside do? They stood between their cargo and us, and didn't fight back. Us, daughters of the God Emperor. Clearly, their bounty mattered more to them than the vows they had made to the Imperium. But before we could unleash our righteous wrath upon them, the palace guards intervened, and the governor ordered the containers be opened. We did not find the unholy mechanism therein, but Canoness Marsilia made it clear she would not let the matter rest. Sister Helia gives you a cryptic smile. I cannot help but note the Fabricator General's conduct. At first, he was leading his servants. We could hear his voice. Then he evidently fled, deserting the first sign of combat. Regardless, he was absent when Lord Calix arrived. Should I look for this particular tech priest? Several red-robed priests fled from our wrath that day. Only one remained in the palace. The wounds he received in the barely ignited confrontation must have been too severe. Where can I find him? We do not know where he is hiding, among his own kind most likely. Words are noted. Catch a fiend soon. May he confess his crime just as quickly. I understand that screams were heard coming from the chapel shortly before the celebration, and what happened there. Sisters exchanged glances. Neither of them is eager to speak first, but eventually the younger one forces out the words. Helia, we will have to answer to that. Pontifex Cartius, the Lucidians have long been spreading deplorable rumors about him. To silence his ill-wishers once and for all, the Pontifex decided to undergo the trial of faith, and invited Candace Marsilia herself to witness his commitment to the Creed. Do not believe that the Honorable Pontifex was involved in the murder, for it was Archcardinal Ignacio who chose him for the procession. Hope his explanation satisfies you. Days before the festivities, human screams could be heard. Attempted to spread the besmirching rumors surrounding him, Pontifex Cardius invited Candace Marsilia to witness his commitment to the Imperial Creed of the Trial of Faith. Screams coming from the chapel belonged to him. A kind of ceremony caused a person to scream as if they were being tortured. Some trials require self-sacrifice, Acolyte, and that is all I can say on the matter, as I know little else. Sister Helia clearly realizes her explanations are unconvincing, but she is telling the truth. Moreover, it is evident that she herself was confused. Whatever happened in the chapel was not part of her order's usual customs. Homo, why do you not suspect the Pontifex? Because he himself volunteered to undergo the trial. The Honorable Pontifex proved his devotion to the God Emperor. Otherwise, Candace Marsilia would not have allowed him to lead the procession during the celebration. Interesting. Indeed, that is enough. We do not wish to discuss the Honorable Pontifex any further. We should get back to the investigation.
Keeping my eyes open.
Wait a second. These people over here are guarding the door. Enter a rebreather. It's not safe. Okay, never mind. I can't actually talk to you. Call them in the area. Call them in the area. Oh, more food. I don't need food. Why is food there? Okay, so I now have a lead to talk to the injured tech priest over here. So let's go talk to him. Your germ is prognosticated. What data is required of me? Nothing about the incident that occurred between the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Adeptus Sororitas. That exchange? Approved. Refine your query. Why did you enter into conflict with the Sisters of Battle? The armed confrontation was instigated by the units of the Adeptus Sororitas. They attempted to conduct an unsanctioned search and seizure of Adeptus Mechanicus property that had been lawfully obtained from the planetary governor in exchange for the services of Agrosir Biologus Zia 17. Accusations of tech heresy were leveled. They were merely enacting defensive protocols. He shudders convulsively, a weak spark dancing across his body. Levels of righteous fury are unacceptably high. May the Almighty punish the aggressors for every drop of spilled machine oil. Is peaceful resolution truly not an option? A request for parley was denied. The unit designated Canoness identified herself and her squad as servants of the God Emperor, and us as machine worshippers. We were denied explanations. We were denied a stay of proceedings. Loyal tech servants of the Imperium were to be judged as if we were heretics. What was the Canoness searching for in your cargo? Unit designated Canoness demanded surrender of technology classified as artifact, previously transferred by the Lord Calixtus unit into the custody of Fabricator General Cartesius Hectus Prime. The assertion was false. The stated technology was not present within the received cargo. Do you know what was inside the containers? Verification. Lord Calixtus personally intervened to halt the conflict. As high sanction, the containers were opened and their contents categorized as miscellaneous shuttle components. Logic behind these events eludes my analysis. Alright, that will do. Alright. So something was exchanged by this person. By this biologist. Okay, I cannot confront him about that. Alright, I know I have stuff I can confront Odom about. General Odom. Bot! Be gone, bot! I also want to swap so back for discordance.
Reconnoitering.
Because it's funny.
Right.
Question.
Selection of this topic doesn't.
Okay, nothing new to talk to you about. Should have something new to talk to you about, though. Regarding the murder of Candace Marsilia. According to the information obtained from Corporal Barnabas, you were not present in the hall when Candace was killed. Rubbish. I was here the entire time. Soldier clearly overindulged in amnesic while on duty. Be reprimanded for the full extent, for dereliction of duty and for slandering a superior officer. Personally carry out the punishment, I have no doubt. Sniper.
Never still for long. Keeping my eyes open.
Oh? Tech chambers. Clear. Good job. Firm rumors. Servants report sounds of unidentified origin emanate from the palace walls. Dusty volume with worn pages containing long stretches of text on the rules for ceremonies, rituals, and liturgy according to the canons of the ecclesiarchy. Analyze. Windows scans from the results. Case evidence. During the Invocatum Sanctus, the temple walls should be decorated with tapestries that depict the patron saint being honored by the ceremony. And we're seeing on this tapestries that Saint Sibyllus' house follows used to them several centuries ago. Sabbat attempted to remove the tapestry, with an uncanonical image of Saint Sibyllus. Tapestry depicts Saint Encrypted. This image of Saint Encrypted was removed from the canon after text not found.
Guide us to true conclusions.
Okay. What more is down here? Archaeotech mechanisms, long lost to the memory of even the servants of Machine Call, weave through the walls of the Lucid Palace. Okay, so that's a part of the Archaeotech filtration system. So rusted pitted pipes ascend through many levels, advancing in suffocating darkness. Press button.
Effective, as always.
Nice. I
No
press a
sense of
button, I get
delay.
bridge. This is amazing. Let's find another way to pass the other side.
Be on your guard.
Alright. Discordance. Pick the lock. Disarm the trap.
Tread carefully. At once. The Holy Ordos teach vigilance.
God, that's a lot of traps. A single cent. Nice. Covert Augur Mace. Another one. Sundering Melta. Nice. But I have no use for a Melta at the moment. And some other stuff. Still draft seeps through the gaps, since long abandoned secret passages of paths continue beyond this door. So
No
is
sense
all
in
this
delay.
stuff here just simply for loot? Everything I needed to learn over here? Okay. Alright, I need to search more walls, find more secret passages. Go places. Hello, come here for all your secret passages. For the loot. You know what? Steal your food.
At once.
Okay, so that's open area, so... Secret passage over here, maybe? Anything new I can do in this cogitator? No. I'm sorry, I know there's probably some other stuff back here I can find. Let's head back to the requisitorium. Is it even darker in here than the last time I was in here?
At once. Always on the move.
So I guess I already did everything for here. Oh yeah, I guess so, because the map doesn't even go that way. Okay.
Moving.
Canis Marsilia is dead, and it seems you were the last person to see her. What do you know about this? Dead, but truly, how can that be? I escorted the Honorable Canis on inspection of the palace. She wished to ensure the service would proceed without incident. Part ways at the lift to the spire, where the palace chapel is located. After that, went straight to the servants' quarters, and that's all I remember. Dead. What a scandal. Let's bring the situation under control immediately. His lordship's reputation is at stake. How may I be of service? Has you noticed anything suspicious about the Canis or the guests? I saw nothing and heard nothing, just as I've done for 30 years. Had it been otherwise, I would not remain in his lordship's service for even a week, sir. You tell me that Lord Calix hacks. Jalen impels further, but draws himself up and adopts a wounded expression. My good sir, my breeding and honor would not permit me to even contemplate discussing his lordship with a guest, not even one so highly placed as yourself. The servant says this with such fervor that all doubt regarding his loyalty to the planetary governor is instantly erased. Looking to know more about this place, about the Lucid Palace. This palace was one of the oldest spires in Scintilla. Once it was all one vast temple, from its foundations to the peak, dedicated to the glorification of those wolves and martyrs. Now it is the residence of the Lord Calixtus. The governor's reception hall, where he holds court and conducts, are the final service of the Invocatum Sanctus in honor of Saint Sibelius. The reception service being held here specifically. Where better to glorify Saint Sibelius than at the very apex of the hive city that was named for him. It is a celebration of human endeavor, and a temple raised to such a height by the strength of the God Emperor's children that the air beyond its hall is lethal due to toxic miasma and lack of oxygen. Lord Calixtus understands the art of symbolic gestures. The entire spire was a temple? That's correct. Today only the very apex still houses its all original sacred chambers. The chapel where the final service of the Invocatum Sanctus will be held has survived almost unchanged. So we know a great deal about this palace's past. Spires are silent witnesses to the history of Scintilla. Each one is a marvel of human will, clad in ceramite and plastil, and governed by an ancient archaeotech that slumbers in the belly of every tower. These halls, these walls, are full of secrets on whose very existence we cannot even speculate. There's archaeotech within the palace walls, filters of some kind, something similar. Know anything about this? I am but a curious reader, and a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Once the left wing of the chapel housed a library, primarily for the transcription of confessions. The records of the ancient engineers could also be found there. Attendants used to read them to me. Now these records are in the keeping of the tech freaks who maintain the secret systems of the Lucid Palace. To visit their sanctuary, perhaps something has survived to this day. Okay. Tell me about the canoness. Not tell you anything of use. In the eyes of Marsilia and her kind, I am merely a heresy, permitted to exist as a lesser evil. I do not seek your company. When and where did you last see the canoness? Theo smiles, band over his eyes, creasing. Do not be discomfited. I see no less clearly than do the eyes that an ordinary human is born with. I remember the canoness setting out with her attendants to inspect the palace halls and chambers. Having a suspicion that he might have wished the canoness harm, there are many who would celebrate her demise. The Adeptus Sororitas are rarely convenient allies, but would anyone dare take upon themselves such transgression? It's an entirely different question. I'm not prepared to answer it. I'm someone sufficiently desperate. But canoness, all for now, must be on my way. Just in case this triggers something, I want to talk to him. Acolyte, or brings you here, or collects his hands of Dalethite to servant and focuses his attention to your conversation. Axe turns his gaze on Aspis Court standing beside you, or Cavern. It hardens to see you derive such satisfaction from the company of an inquisitorial acolyte. Few among us are afforded so refined a pleasure. Rogue Trader responds with a casual wave of her hand. Time will tell how satisfying this little experiment with my new acquaintance here proves to be. Forgive me for leaving your company, Marius, but being the shadow of a mere mortal and the servants of the Inquisition has provided much needed variety of the monotony of the Lucidians' endless social occasions. I've learned of the armed conflict between Adeptus Mechanicus and Sisters Canis Marsilia. What do you know about this? Do not consider what happened to be a conflict, as such aggressive relations are impossible between two great organizations of the Imperium. It was merely a heated discussion about the boundaries of their respective jurisdictions. We deemed it necessary to intervene in order to clarify the situation. All parties acknowledge the issue has been resolved. You have a tech priest from the Genitor Order working for you. May I ask how you managed to recruit him? Thanks to our position in the centuries of diplomatic work, we benefit from certain connections among the priesthood of Mars. The admirable Agrosir biologist Zizay-17 has deigned to take an interest in the rare plants collected in our garden by our predecessor. We have graciously allowed him to conduct research here for an indefinite period. Among other things, this esteemed Agrosir biologist prepares special toxic compounds for us, which we consume habitually to cultivate an immunity to poison. Tech priest adheres to a stringent dosage that only a servant of the Omnissiah can ensure. Any deviation would lead to lamentable consequences, which we would very much like to avoid. Could I get a sample of the poison that Agrosir biologist has been preparing for you? We'll instruct our Chamberlain to open the doors of our study for you. Go and inform him that this is our wish. Why did you decide to perform the Invocatum Sanctus in your palace, despite reports of potential assassination? Attempts on our life are a common reality of our existence. At the same time, such an event was supposed to demonstrate to the greatest part of Scintilla the unity and resilience of the planet in the face of the misfortunes that have befallen it. And that is not to mention that we prefer to keep our ill-wishers close. Now, thanks to this, you will be able to track down and overpower the conspirators. A fortunate coincidence, is it not? Who do you think killed the canoness? Shakes his head in disappointment. It is simplistic and unwise to pose such a question to the ruler of the sector and of this entire question. If you are certain or prepared to take on the responsibility of judging, we will not require your services. However, you are compelled to consider all options, are you not? For a few moments, Lord Calixtus falls silent. He pensively flexes his wrist, to which an ornate injector has been strapped. Our answer is, we simply do not know. The Candace had many enemies. Sometimes even our own subjects counted among their number. About this. Found out the poisoned amosec was intended for you. I already mentioned this when you told me the story of the drink. It was clear to us that we shared your opinion. It was intended for us, but I tragically fate and went to the esteemed Candace instead. Poison is a proven safe and in some ways elegant method of assassination. The family's known history alone includes 15 successful and countless unsuccessful poisoning attempts. In many cases, poison is far more reliable than brute force. Also, why are you saying that it went to esteemed Candace instead? It was... she was poisoned by the stuff in the incense burner. Well, while poison amosec is discovered, came from your personal collection. What do you have to say about that? You had arranged for this bottle to be presented as a gift to Candace Marsilia upon her arrival at the Wizard Palace. The drink recently entered our collection and has not yet undergone the proper verification procedures, but it's of sufficient value that we do not hesitate for a moment to give it to esteemed Candace. We'll track down the sender and severely punish them for attempting to take our life. How do you consume poisons? In addition to their exquisite tastes, which remains hidden from most uninitiated people, these compounds have a beneficial effect on our body when taken in limited amounts. This practice helps us to build immunity, prevents us from dying when we unexpectedly encounter similar compounds in larger doses. However, should one neglect to keep the dosages small or to maintain a strict schedule in their consumption, the end result may be the opposite of wellness. The chieftain walks the path with the crew. He adapts. Wise leader, worthy of his tribe. Thank you, Rockety. Information regarding the case. Name of God Emperor. I guess ask about the compass. Our captain willingly handed that device over to the esteemed Candace. We bore witness to it ourselves. Everything transpired voluntarily, albeit punctuated by a few sharp observations from Aspis Corda regarding the esteemed Marsilia's fervor. I delayed your decision too long. I was not accustomed to wasting their time.
No sense in delaying.
Anything new? I learned more about you. Anything new I can talk to you about? No. I've made more conclusions about you. Is there anything I can talk to you about? Yes. How about your trial in the chapel? Tell me about it. In the name of... For a moment, the master composure slips from Pontifex's face. He stares intently, and in his widened eyes you read astonishment. In the name of the God Emperor, how did you... Candace's subordinates could not keep their tongues, could they? Situations are relevant to what transpired. If you already know the trial, then you also know that it was carried out by my behest. Candace Marsilia had... Curtis nervously licks his dry lips before continuing. Candace Marsilia had certain misconceptions about me, brought about by malicious rumors concocted by my enemies. Therefore, I invited her to attend a rite of faith, the results of which satisfied us both. I assure you, the conflict was resolved. Despite Puncton's even tone, you notice that his face is reddened, his eyes are bloodshot. This topic clearly agitates him.
Recognize me.
Bestowing a gift on a guest is an ancient tradition of Sibilus's aristocracy. Knows nothing about its origin, but this little quirk has evolved into a splendid method for getting rid of unwelcome individuals, before or after the visit. Etiquette sometimes requires a host to give the guest an expensive delicacy. Neglecting this tradition can negatively affect the house's reputation and create a scandal. The ancient filter system of the chapel was manually activated, which drew air from outside the spire into the room, resulting in the deaths of the Candace and other sisters of battle. Except that's not what happened. Okay, cool. I can't actually talk to you about other things. Whatever.
Keeping my eyes open.
Does that mean click on the door?
That's once.
Nope. There. Let's head back to the chapel. There might still be something there to check. The second secret is revealed. The Daytutteral Skin. The rare gains 10 plus 10 fellowship. When the rare uses ability, it changes the target's morale. They deal an additional plus 1% vials damage with their attacks for 1 round. Stats. Fellowship bonus divided by 2. Interesting.
Always on the move.
So it's just completely stuck.
At once.
We can no longer interact with those things, so I guess that's all the secrets with those.
Never still for long.
So, still the artifact to find. Which I believe is in the Lord's chambers. So... interesting. was teleported there, but whatever. Oh, Usher. Palace entrance. Oh, yeah, the auditorium. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay. Nope. Not mean to click that.
No sense in delaying. At once.
Compelling motive for her murder. Motive does not equal culpability. It's too dangerous such actions. For the more calculated post it, long-term well-being of the definite game equals greater value and fleeting moral satisfaction. Okay.
Keeping my eyes open.
Do you have anything to add? Olympus' gaze is fixed on the goblet filled with almacite. Beneath the glare of powder on her forehead, faint, tense lines barely discernible. Without looking up, she addresses you. Grow depressed in the absence of good news. Do tell what you have come here to share. You could have gained access to the chapel during the Battle Sisters' holy service. As a person about whom the Fusilier guards are willing to remain silent, even under threat of death. Know what happened to the sister? Time.
No sense in delaying.
I think I saw a bird hanging from the ceiling, but why does it have 4 eyes? Oh, Governor's study. Since when could I go there? Oh, I guess since I talked to him about asking about a point. Following individual must be present to gain access. Chamberlain Severin. Hey, you. Require an escort. Certainly, Master. Where would you like to go? Go to the governor's study. Lord Clix has permitted me access to examine the poisons in the study. Take me there and show me everything. For all else, I shall be obliged to verify that his lordship did indeed grant such permission. In case, this way, if you please, sir. How strange. I'm sure that cannot be, can it? The elderly servant cast a worried glance over an exquisite shelf made of natural wood and filled with small bottles and vials, tagged in a dozen different tongues. Nearly every one is marked with warning sigils denoting certain death should their contents be ingested. But where has that one measure gone? It was here before the reception. By using your gaze upon him, the man lowers his eyes and seems to shrink slightly. What did the missing bottle look like? A clear liquid, utterly unremarkable in appearance, decanted into a small vial, a single measured dose of poison, suitable for his lordship's needs. Who has access to the study? None may enter here without his lordship's express permission, save for myself, and his lordship, of course. What are the effects of the missing poison if taken in high concentration? The blood coagulates within the veins, and the eyes become inflamed and then burst. It's a slow and agonizing death. Lord Calixtus have accidentally drunk the dose. Absolutely not. To achieve the intended result, the poison must be administered on a strict schedule. The slightest variance in dosage would have the most deleterious effects on the body. His lordship would never deviate from his regime. Take a sample for analysis. General, watches carefully to ensure you do not pocket anything. Vial containing an unremarkable clear liquid, measured dose of a poisonous solution that the governor consumes. Noted. I need to look around. I must remind you that Lord Calixtus has permitted you to examine only his collection of poisons. All other items in this room are the property of his lordship. I shall vigilantly ensure their safety and will not permit any liberties to be taken, even despite your rank of the Holy Inquisition, sir. Chamberlain's voice quivers with fear. He stands his ground and meets your gaze without flinching. As a painting depicting the current Lord Calixtus. There are several fresh sketches on the wall next to the painting. It appears to have recently been moved. Step 1, we have the prepare the governor's poison and sample the toxin found in the Amasec. As a result, the poison recovered from the governor's study is inconsistent with the toxin detected in the Amasec. The analysis shows the toxicity of a single dose is insufficient to kill a healthy person. Find poison to be a somewhat antiquated way to spoil life for one's adversary. However, others do not shy away from such a means of resolving conflicts. After all, not everyone has access to the rad weapons, the Adeptus Mechanicus, which can make a most wonderful gift. In common occurrence among the nobles, which is why many of them take diluted doses of poison to build up a tolerance. Others, like the rogue trader, demonstratively drink exclusively from their own flasks. So it's neither of those. Instances of Val's being distracted by conflict with the tech specified for general infiltrated government study is still a dose of poison. Lord General infiltrated the governor's study to steal a poison, which he keeps there. Let Aspis destruct the Chamberlain, if you wouldn't mind, please. Emperor's Mercy, your lordship. Are you alright? No. The governor will have my head for a dead rogue traitor in his study. Breathe, I beg you like this. That is not... Okay, I never imagined it would be so stuffy. The governor saying, I can't breathe. Before you lies an anthropomorphic ceramite construct resembling a suit of arms severed at torso, surface scratched and covered in dust. Examine the device. The dented armor before you resembles something made by the kin, a secretive but advanced Xenos race. Machinery inside looks badly damaged, but it's possible that some part of it can still be salvaged. Take the head. The robot's head. Head is surprisingly firmly welded to the body of the construct. However, with some effort, you manage to detach it without much noise. At the very moment, the Chamberlain takes notice of you. You're struck by... Actually, say that. Wait, what are you doing? What's the meaning of this? Guards.
Mind your surroundings.
The minor imperial cults, as religious texts describe the various rites of death cults. One ritual is particularly common, the trial of faith. Long self-torture.
Success. Always on the move.
Identifying key features for comparison.
Very cold, the red real
These parameters
made of
will form
expensive
the basis
synth
for
weed.
analysis.
In the travel. Travel faith is a common practice followed by some minor imperial cults, including certain death cults. Note, this information has not been confirmed. It involves inflicting injuries on oneself to prove one's loyalty to the God Emperor. In some cases, those who do this put themselves in a trance by using sacred incense. If the subject passes the test but later dies from their wounds, their body is covered with a tapestry bearing the God Emperor's image and left for several days.
Initiating data upload.
The fragments of
to the
correspondence
sacred
make clear that the
repository.
collector was negotiating with the place
Data
to purchase
decoding
arms from them.
Structured.
What happens if I mark that? This has a ways to go. During the inspection of chapel security, one of the now deceased sisters of battle, in her ignorance, awakened the ancient machine spirit sleeping within the walls of the Lucid Palace. Candace's sisters met a martyr's death from suffocation by toxins drawn through an archaeotech ventilation system from outside the spire. That doesn't sound right. No. Okay, let's see what type of trouble follows us. Comes along. I will restart when the full game comes out.
At once.
Yeah, just to see if there's anything different, new playthroughs and stuff. Also, probably will play the beta multiple times because I kind of want to do a Heresy playthrough. Or just how much like nonsense can I get up to? What do you want me to do? Arrest an agent of the Inquisition? Have you lost your senses? Must do something. I will not let us go. I'll tell his lordship. Servant, pull yourself together. Everyone's looking at us. Unlike the agent on the Golden Throne, we must still maintain our decorum. Got away with that. Yippee. Let's not walk down those stairs until I am, I just wonder if Conrad's allowed in here. Burning the murder of Canoness. Under a button in Governor Hax's study. It's been stolen by a servant. After all, one of these is worth a year of their wages. He slowly picks up the button from your palm. Gaze could melt still, the button would already be a puddle. Turn to this later.
Keeping my eyes open.
Alright, time for you to, regarding the questions regarding the murder of the sisters.
This topic has a low assigned priority on the list of topics of interest.
You arrived at the Lucid Palace to receive a certain artifact from one of Fluxus, did you not?
No. The arrival of this cognition unit was dictated by a different reason.
Awareness has failed, and the pulse tell from the Vox's distorted voice whether the fabricated general is lying or not. Okay.
A suggestion to discuss more valuable topics is made.
Regarding the artifact in the governor's vault,
An extreme degree of interest in this matter is considered demonstrated.
confidence in advice compared to the Inquisition. Avoid being accused of Xeno heresy, I suggest you provide me with the information I need right now. What you asked me to find is an item of Xenotech. I suggest the following. I won't tell anyone about your fascination with the technology of humanity's enemies, and in return you provide me with the information I need. Option 3. The device you asked me to find is an item of Xenotech. I suggest the following. I won't tell anyone about your fascination with the technology of humanity's enemies, and in return you provide me with the information I need.
Requesting a pause in communication for risk analysis. The risks of being accused of a Tier 13 transgression are considered significant. A decision has been made to de-escalate the conflict and provide the information requested.
This unit of machinery belongs to the host of Servo Sentinels from the Laithwold's fleet, stationed in the chapel of the Lucid Palace with the purpose of collecting comprehensive data on events occurring within the territory. The auspices of the service school detected sounds emanating from the chapel, a plasma discharge, and a cry, presumably associated with pain-induced responses, were noted. The decision was made to disregard the events within the chapel. Vox recordings being created for the purpose of transfer to the Acolyte. Servo Skull descends onto the raised hand of a man in red. With one precise motion, the tech priest extracts a data crypt from the depths of the device and hands it to you. The Vox recording is sincerely damaged, but Servo Asorarium was still able to pick up the preserved fragments and make them intelligible. Fury's voice. What? Foul spawn. Tell me, where are my sisters? No voice. Sister Clarion, what's the matter? Lower your weapon. Sound of a plasma weapon discharge. Sound of a heavy object striking ceramite. Sound of ceramite scraping against stone. What a disgrace on this holy day. Unknown voice. Rest, sister, and gather your senses. Canoness, the sensor is emitting a strange smell. See the voice. Then put it out. Sound of sensor being extinguished. So's voice. Take down the tapestry. Unknown voice. Such an odd depiction. I've never seen its like before. We'll take it to the archivists later. Now, however, low hum. Sound of howling wind. Recording ends there. That is all the Servo Sorarium managed to interpret.
Exhaustive information regarding the incidents has been transferred into the custody of the Inquisition. Further communication on this event is considered excessive.
That was all for now.
An expectation for more informative future
Are you for real? Are you for real that they just pressed the wrong button and died? There's no way. It was manually activated, which is true error. Because sound of howling wind, which means they were killed by air from outside. Which then leads to this conclusion. Take down the thing. Because they figured out the poison in the incense and put it out. So what the crap? Oh my god. So we have someone tried to poison them with the Amasec. So someone tried to poison them with a drink. Someone tried to poison them by putting dangerous leaf inside of the incense burner. I think there's some other attempt against their lives. And they accidentally thwarted all of that to then pull the wrong lever, opening up a window to toxic atmosphere. They literally were just like, oh, wow, that was an assassination attempt. Wow, that was an assassination attempt. Wow, that was an assassination attempt. And then, oops, they opened the window. And that killed them. Are you for real? Are you seriously for real? This is so dumb. Oh my god. Take a closer look at the Fusilier. As you approach the guardsman, he snaps his attention with such fervor that you hear the crack of his vertebrae. The soldier stares fixedly ahead, avoiding your gaze. His uniform. Gold and expensive synthweed, a single strip which costs as much as the entire uniform of a common guardsman. Buttons. Buttons gleaming gold are adorned with an intricate symbol. It appears to be the heraldry of the guardsman. Line definitely does not match the one you're looking for. Sing sigh of relief from behind you.
Moving.
Ask about the canonness. It's true that the tarot you enter is often practiced among death cults. Fixing you with an icy stare, the Pontifex replies flatly. That is indeed the case. This is the first I am hearing of it. Here I'm not as well versed in the history of minor cults as you are. Pontifex is visibly irritated, possibly at having an engaging conversation on a topic about which he is not particularly knowledgeable. Eminence Cardis, let us speak plainly. You are hiding something, and it looks suspicious. Help me remove you from the list of suspects. He regards you with undisguised contempt. Have it your way, then. Yes, you are correct. The canonness believed me unworthy of holding the office of Pontifex. I did everything I could to prove her wrong, but she was not satisfied with the results of the trial of fate. Even after long hours of torment, which she watched, torment that left me a crippled wreck, she declared me not a heretic, but a coward. Pontifex no longer looks at you. His face twists as if his mouth were filled with filth. Spits out each words that follow. Follows a coward who turned his weapon upon himself instead of wielding it against the enemy. Not forget her words, nor how she said them. As if I were worse than the dirt beneath her feet, as if I were unworthy even of her contempt. Upon his body with incurable injuries, he damaged his leg and will remain permanently lame. Canons did not recognize the results of the trial of faith the Pontifex was subject to and called him a coward. Bloodshot eyes rise to meet yours, and saliva sprays from the cleric's lip as he demands, how dare she die, having the last word for herself. He takes a deep breath, exhales, and notices his words sharply through clenched teeth. Enough questions for Daylash. May his will guide your search for the truth.
At once.
Okay, so I don't think it was him. Although he definitely sounds like he wanted to. A woman wearing a Fusilier uniform offers a brisk salute. She strides you with abashed curiosity. Examine her uniform. Cheapness of the fabric used for the woman's garb is immediately apparent. It seems she is eager to emulate her comrades, but lacks the means to do so properly. I haven't lost a button recently, by any chance. No, sir. I have all of mine. To prove words, the guardsman displays a row of silvery buttons. Why are your buttons not gold? Her face flushes red, matching the scarlet fabric of her dress. I cannot afford them, sir. But I am saving my pay. I aspire to be worthy of the high honor of serving the Centillion Fusilier's regiment. Alright, return to your duties. At once. So, first one is not the one we're looking for because he is not missing buttons. She is just posing. Glory to the Emperor, sir. Mustachioed Fusilier salutes you. His archmetic arm will burning. Examine the Fusilier's uniform. The impeccable fitted and richly colored outfit bears the marks of repeated repairs. Its owner has evidently served for a long time. In fact, further attested by an ornate sash draped casually across his chest. Examine the Fusilier's buttons. A row of smooth, meticulously polished golden buttons disappears beneath the soldier's sash. Kindly move that sash out of the way. Flicker of unease crosses the passenger's face where it moves the fabric aside. Beneath the sash, one button is missing. What happened to your button, Guardsman? Guardsman pales, his mouth pressing into a thin line that makes his mustache bristle. Do I have the right to refuse to answer your question? You are denied that right for the duration of this investigation. Thank you for candor. Shortly after the guests began to arrive, Lord General Odom did me the honor of requesting I donate one of my uniform buttons to repair her own tunic. Cut one from mine and affix it to the Lord General's attire. The reasons for such an order, as well as its implications, are unknown to me. Guardsman nervously chooses thin lips. That's all I know. By your leave, I must return to my duties.
Moving.
Dang. Do you two have anything new to talk about? Nope. Okay. No, but that still can't be the case. While during inspection of chapel security, one of the now deceased disembowels in her ignorance, awakened the ancient machine spirit sleeping within the walls of Lucid Palace. Candace and her sisters met a martyr's death from suffocation, but toxins drawn through an archaic ventilation system from outside the spire. Events were a tragic accident. I honestly think that's what happened, which is slightly hilarious. But there was still an attempt on her life. At least one attempt on her life. Like, genuine attempt.
Keeping my eyes open.
Do you have anything new to say? No. So, I believe he wanted to kill her, but in the end didn't.
Reconnoitering.
I think the Fabricator General wanted to kill her, but didn't. Was instead just studying her. Odom has actual intent and capability. And I wonder if it was Lord Calixtus himself who actually tried to do one of the assassination attempts. Alright, just in case it's a mistake walking up here and talking to these people. But Helm Servant of the God Emperor who watches over his creation. The rest of them here until recently. Oh, sorry. I am but a humble servant of the God Emperor who stands to watch over his creation. I've held my post as choirmaster for many years, and in that time does as past my charge, labored, and diligent servants to maintain Scintilla's link to the walls of the sector, and to the rest of the Imperium. Until recently. The recruit standing beside you suddenly makes a strange sound. Only a few minutes later you realize it was a sneeze. This soft skin has strong stands. Strong, but rotten. I've never sensed anything like it. Part of me wants to absorb them, but another part screams in terror. Was it you? Are you one of the attempted people who tried to kill me? Do you live here in the Lucid Palace? No, my sanctum is the Bastion Puffia, other of Sibyllus' spires. That is where the chambers of the Astropathic Choir are located, where I reside. But the Lucid Palace for the Invocatum Sanctus, and to meet you. Are you only relay messages for Governor Hax or for all the number of nobles of Scintilla? My personal involvement in message resending is limited to sessions of the greatest importance and urgency. As for the Astropathic Choir, they fall silently for a few moments. Forces beyond our own have severed Scintilla from the Imperium and the other worlds of the Clixus sector. Any attempt to establish contact beyond this system results in nothing more than the inevitable death of the choir's members. Can I even be certain that our voices reach the other Astropathic choirs at all? Epony. Wait, are we really going to ignore the most striking detail in this individual's appearance? How have you managed to maintain such remarkable physical condition? All the examples of sorcerers I have observed displayed, shall we say, rather depressing metrics. Dale turns his hollow eye sockets down, turned towards Epony, who freezes beneath the unnatural gaze. I follow a strict diet, child, mental and physical. The key factor is discipline. Without it, any effort becomes little more than a pitiful attempt to hold back a river with bare hands. What else is it you wish to know?
Always on the move.
Why did I feel like it was this guy? This guy, Astropath Xiao, wanted to meet with my character and orchestrated things to have me come here. I think Astropath Xiao is ultimately the one behind these things. That he was not necessarily in the assassination attempt, or what I'm trying to say is the assassination attempt was just a red herring. He wanted something to happen so that way the acolyte, the player character,
Never still for long.
would come here. So he orchestrated the rumors. Which then goes to the journal of... I think Odom. Tried to orchestrate the, an assassination... God. I think Pontifex... Wait. I don't know, there's so many ways this thing goes. But I think the rumors were started by Xiao here to have the Acolytes show up. Assuming your curiosity has been quite satisfied by inquiring about the contents of our safe, you will appear angry or surprised by your behavior. Draw them and stuff, that'd be cool. Found a xenotech in your safe. What can you tell me about that? You are unaware of the heretical nature of this machinery, as we do not possess the profane knowledge necessary to recognize it. Thank you for enlightening us. Orclux's voice is dry and placid, but his eyes watch your face intently. You have decided to forego both fear and repentance then. You do not seem to realize the repercussions your ignorance will bring. You're being disingenuous when you say you are ignorant of the nature of this item, otherwise you would not have kept it under lock and key. Most interesting opinion. Consider as the current situation has been resolved. Not here to expose you red-handed. Let it rest on your conscience. You're impressed by your prudence.
Moving.
Know what happened to the canoness. The Alpha system met their end through a tragic mishap, resulting from a malfunctioning archaeotech filtration system activated by one of their own. The truth, as usual, lacks the elegance of the theories built to surround it. It is no wonder Lucidians embraced lies so willingly. Inquisitor closed his eyes, lost in thought for a moment. I suggest you keep this to yourself. We now know that Marsilia's death was no assassination. The others do not. Give the nobles their culprit, and let them rejoice in the chance to snatch another scrap of influence from themselves. Serve the Holy Orders well here on Scintilla. Time. Anything but the Scamasec. It's truly rare vintage, that'd be fair in Holy Terror itself. So either extremely influential or extremely wealthy obtain it, only competent personages in the palace could afford such drink.
Keeping my eyes open. Reconnoitering. Keeping my eyes open.
Oh, cool. So walls here are just a suggestion. Good to know. I should probably report this as like a bug or something. Let's get a line of people.
I once interrogated a heretic who claimed he couldn't be bled. The pyre flames confirmed his words.
Alright. area. Chapel, environment. There is an area in the chapel. In the spires. That where a spot in a wall divider thing thing can be walked through to stand behind the wall, candles, and confessional machine.
Always on the move.
Oh, it wouldn't be a stream of a beta game if you don't find a bug to report.
Keeping my eyes open.
Believe me. How much longer is the guy gonna be on his smoke break?
Moving. Interact.
interesting.
Never still for long.
Damn, I sure can go far out there.
Keeping my eyes open.
Oh, Vox recording the incident. Recording the incident revealed that Sister Queen stuck onto Madness and discharged a plasma gun. Episode doing Korean, another sister noticed a strange odor. Concerning quote the incidents. Okay, and the chapel was manually purged, which drew air from the side of the room. Don't know how that one got unmarked. Don't know how that one got unmarked. I feel like there's something I'm still missing somewhere.
Reconnoitering.
Oh. The murderer may have been one of the distinguished guests. From what I know, the deceased believed that someone among them was guilty of heresy, and there was sufficient evidence for a verdict. Indeed, the canoness hinted that she was nearly ready to expose the wrongdoer. I can only guess why she required evidence for the accusation. Assume the individual wields enough influence that even the Adeptus Sororitas chose to err on the side of caution. To know for a fact there had been an opposition between the Order of the Sacred Rose and Lord General Odom, who was a charge of the Centurion Fusiliers. May wish to pay particular attention to her. Governor Hax hath had a motive for the killing. Do not think that noble blood compels me to deflect suspicion from the masters until surely have nothing to say. The shadow did fall between him and the canoness, then details are unknown to me. Lord Calixtus guards the secrets well. One of those altercation between the canoness and the Lord General. Long ago, the Lord General dispatched a cohort of Fusiliers to Silencia Sectoris to quell a rebel uprising, and it turned into a tragedy. What started as a mere disturbance became a massacre, and the Habsons drowned in blood and tears. The Astra Militarum suffered immense losses, and the Adeptus Sororitas had to come to their aid. However, it was not solely the rebels whom the valiant sisters punished. You see, some of the Fusiliers who disgraced themselves with desertion. And the sisters declared this cowardice heresy, led to summary executions that were carried out on the spot without Lord General's sanction. The only clemency that the sisters showed to those who were weak in spirit was to grant them the Emperor's peace. Imagine what a feast for condemnation that sorry incident provided. Odom's authority was shaken, and she is quite an ambitious individual. Pontifex Cardus dare to harm. There are many inflated rumors following the Pontifex, yet one, the most scandalous of all, he seems to be in no hurry to deny. He is said to have been an adept of a death cult in his younger years. Naturally, such a thing is virtually impossible. Nonetheless, these speculations may well have sparked a conflict to such devout individuals. Every general employs such means. Servants of the machine cult are far more sophisticated in their intrigues than you might imagine. I have heard whispers of rather mundane conflict between the Adeptus Mechanicus and Adeptus Sororitas here at the palace. What about you? What does misplaced question mean pertaining to this? If your Lord Inquisitor is every reading your report that you suspect me, reflect poorly on your standing, not mine. The instant you amass a semblance of a body of evidence, you will realize I have no involvement in this matter. Spice?
Always on the move.
Can I go back in here? Bruh. I don't think there's anything in there to find. I was just kind of curious.
Moving.
Ex noto cordatur.
Always on the move.
Well, I believe it's time. I've gathered all evidence. All right. Okay, so based off of everything, seems like Pontifex Cartius was attempting to poison someone. Well, Pontifex Cartifex used the poisonous plants to try to poison Canonus. Someone tried to pour poisoned Lord Calixis with a bottle of Amasec. Or honestly, this might have been... might have been an attempt... Either Lord Calixis trying to poison the Canonist, or the Canonist trying to poison Lord Calixis. Or, not the Canonist. Someone trying to poison Lord Calixis, or Lord Calixis trying to poison the Canonist. He was trying to poison someone. I think the Fabricated General is innocent in this whole mess, other than withholding information. But, meh. Either way, I have all the evidence, so these are the only things I can propose. And I'm thinking of just proposing the truth. How this works on tabletop? Well, generally it's, I mean, it also comes down to the GM on, like, how complex things get. But it is of, like, similar nature to, figuring out what's going on and all that. Or referring to, like, something else. That mostly just comes down to, like, how the GM is running things. Like, sometimes it can be as crazy as this. Sometimes it's more straightforward and kind of just doing a thing. I'm gonna drop a save, like an actual hard save. And I'm thinking of just reporting the truth. Deliver a verdict. Conclude my investigation, ready to deliver my verdict. Most silently, I claim. I've just finished reviewing a report. Decided to unveil to all the uncomfortable truth about the tragic accident and death of the warriors of the Adeptus Sororitas. Sisters will likely be displeased, and so would the nobles. But I'll support you fully. The word of servant of the Golden Throne is Sacrament. My final verdict. In that case, I will approach the governor immediately and summon the guests. There's still a lot more going on, though. And I hope that it will allow me to do something with all the additional information. Last ring and percentages of Scintilla assemble before you to hear the accusation. Carol's wrist ring dies down under the planetary governor's stern gaze. Lady Olyntha nods to him, then takes her place beside you. Well, God Emperor, may you reign eternal upon the golden throne, representing the Holy Orders, is deigned to deliver unto us his judgmental judgment regarding the tragic demise of Canis Marsilia. Severin, read it out. Following a thorough investigation, the Holy Orders have concluded that the sentence shall fall upon... Oh. Also declares his throat again, and he reads out in even more pertinent tone. There is no culprit to be found in this matter. Reputation increased with everyone. Seemed sisters, in their ignorance, awakened an ancient machine spirit and met martyrs of death while fulfilling their sacred duties. No crime was committed. Younger sister Bao clenches her fist and exclaims, "You dare blame our own sisters for the canon's death? I will not suffer such a vile falsehood." Don't say any anger, sister. However, all the evidence indicates that the canon's death was an accident. Silence, you perfidious serpent. Places a nest of lying creatures, shielding the guilty behind a veil of slander and deceit. We will not forget this insult, acolyte. This sorrowful cup of an inquiry has been quaffed to the dregs. We shall arrange for all possible honors to be bestowed upon the revered Canoness Marsilia, and for her remains to be delivered into the custody of the Order of the Sacred Rose. On guests, you are all now free to depart the Lucid Palace, which may return in brighter times. Your Messiahs, your Commander Haas here. I can't get the verdict into the Lucid Palace hangar. The box station attendant won't respond. Probably died of boredom, and no one's opening the gates. Send down the outer docks. I'll be waiting for you there. Your kin behaves strangely, Hunter. The food is worthless. It's still quite delicious. Hi, this has been exciting. Beginning to believe there's still some passable entertainment to be found on Scintilla after all. Intercepting signal transmitted via a secure Vox channel used by the Palace Guard. Through the hiss of Vox static, bursts of gunfire cut in, followed by the labored voice of General Aldrich. To all forces, the palace is under attack. Clear path to main hall. Evacuate. Guest and the governor. Vox has been lost. Warning. The Auspec is registering movement. An identified group is advancing toward the acolyte. Wow, things just got exciting. Lieutenant. Armies of the Imperium. Disposable. Okay. Well, this just got exciting, I guess. Oh, the enemy reached the primary capture squad. Use primary capture squad. Secure the corridor. Bro. Concentration is broken. Bro. Hmm? I don't really follow sports much, so I don't know.
Seeking the advantage.
All right. I don't know. It is just quiet. Right in the eyes. Missed.
We need to take that one out.
Not one break through the palace guard defenders. Ground trembles with a distant rumble. Are we about to get shot at? Ow. Oh, that didn't break his concentration. Crap. Ow. Did she just parry two of those? God dang. Oh, okay, so it's not actually locked onto a target, it's locked onto an area. I also detects an unidentified object descending upon the acolyte's position. You don't say. Man's broken, and probably not going to make it to his next turn. Well, dang.
waste this opportunity.
Became broken. Good job.
With purpose. I'll make it work. Inquisitorial punishment, sir. Enemy slain.
This is really awkward without the music. I feel like a mild inconvenience. I mean, if we're gonna be honest, it is kind of just a mild inconvenience. This guy stand no chance. Dead. Already begun to suffer the absence of your company, Acolyte. Oof, sister, a battle down. So the enemy does not give chase while we escort everyone to safety. Live, Acolyte. In the current circumstances, that is most fortuitous. Heed the word of the Lord, Calyx, and provide us cover. I think things have, okay. Bro, the Valkyrie is actually in this combat? There's no leader on the battlefield yet. Okay. Things have escalated slightly. Also, we got music now, too. Where do you have to go to get line of sight on that Valkyrie? Without being in front of it.
Calculated risk.
Ow. Ow.
Have a backup plan. Your life grows ever new. The enemy's efforts are proving fruitful.
Crap.
Stop their intent.
Crap. He missed. Crap.
tools of the Still in the fight.
Crap. Got a blast? Alright.
Focus your efforts.
Thank you for joining. Unfortunately, it did not.
It will be done. Your job here is done. Executing.
Bruh. I'm gonna have to restart this battle. Bro, what?
A calculated risk.
These guys have such good accuracy. Crap. I mean, I already have to restart this due to injuries taken. Because they didn't miss any. I think one shot got blocked out of all of their attacks so far. I didn't mean no line of sight. Are you really not stepping around the pillar?
purpose.
How? I love losing one of my characters to the first weight on the first round to disposables.
This will have to suffice. Come what may.
Concentration broken! Yeah! That was a very risky attempt. But it worked out. Are you for real? 1 HP.
Stop their intent.
Crap.
Don't waste it. This complicates things. The enemy's efforts of proving calculated risk.
Bruh! Crap.
I can withstand this. Attack. This is untimely. Still?
What is with this difficulty spike? Crap. Bruh.
Making haste. It will be done. With purpose. mission can fail.
How did you? Ah. Well, I don't know why she didn't, you know, get her attack of opportunity.
We need to take that one. Refocus your efforts. Still fighting.
Nice.
Come what may. Following the plan. This will have to suffice.
Ow.
We need to take that one out. Making haste. Following the plan. Ready to fight again.
Ow! But using melee. Oh, I have not. I'll look at it once I'm done with stream, which is when I'll be done with this combat. Which I'm on my like 5th attempt. Just happened to my screen? Bruh, really? That doesn't count?
Stop their intent.
Ah. Of course, you had to move to there. Crap. It's not where I wanted her to move. Oh well, I can do this. Still. Oh, that allows her to move again.
Calculated risk. With purpose. Enemy slain.
It's gonna hurt. Or not. Okay, that could have gone a lot worse.
It will be done.
Oh, it's Commissar. Oh, they have shotguns. Ow.
Inquisitorial punishment served. On to the next target. Take that one out. waste of time. Always have a backup plan. Life grows ever shorter.
Hey, what are you doing there?
Seize the moment! Calculated risk. Following the plan. Executing. Better your blood than mine. With purpose.
Wait, what did he say? Until shall not belong to the Betrayer's command. Fire for the Emperor.
Following the plan. I'll... the plan. Making haste. I'll make it. Refocus your efforts. I have the edge! Executing. One by one until victory. It will be done.
Channel restored. Executing relay from the vessel verdict. Commander, you're alive. Praise God, Emperor. I'm trying to contact you for an eternity. This drunk shit piece of scrap refused to accept my request. Injured? It's absolute mayhem out here. What happened when our communication was cut off? I was just about to put the verdict in the hangar when I encountered the welcoming delegation. Those traitors must have blocked all the communications channels. Spotted me and immediately began shooting. Barely managed to pull the gun cutter out of the line of fire. They were busy with me, a whole mob of Fusiliers swarmed in, and that's when the real brawl started. And then Lord Quixus himself appeared ahead of the guests. I have to say, the government is formidable. It clearly knows more about battle than just which end of the bolter to hold. You want to see Inquisitor Rathbone? Saw her in the company of the governor and the guard. She must have been blended in with the guests after that. No need to worry about the Inquisitor. She will definitely outlive us all. This mute embarrassment is palpable through static. Just don't tell her I said that. It appears those are the very apostates we were sent to expose. Oh, that's right, you were supposed to verify their existence and heretical nature, weren't you? Well then, how considerate the attackers to stage their raid just a few minutes before you left the palace. At least this way you shall say we participate in repelling the attack. That was even rather awkward. It's the most shameful, crude, and intellectual bereft assassination attempt I've ever witnessed. Considering all the circumstances we have observed, I am surprised the attackers did not employ a virus bomb. Dylan's gaze sweeps across the hall. A crowd is a dubious choice of place for assassinating a single target by such means. It is, however, an ideal audience for an execution. The intent was not to eliminate any one figure. It was to ensure everyone witnessed the attempt and was left to wonder, am I next? These hunters were foolish. They attacked the prey within its lair, lost their composure, and had to rely on sheer force. I would have done everything differently. Should I be worried that pretty much the entire warband is like, ah yeah, I could have done this better? What's the situation outside? Fusiliers have cleared us a path. If we want to depart, it has to be now, while the sky is so clear. This is not our war, Commander. Is that the acolyte? You hear static and then a stifled groan from the pilot, for the voice of Lord General Odom resounds from the speaker. Acolyte, do you hear me? A large force of traders is heading your way. I'm deploying reinforcements to the spires, and I advise you to withdraw. You can't put up much of a fight on your own. Thank you for the warning, Lord General. The pilot's voice breaks through the static and addresses you once more. Heard her, Commander. You should get out. Vertica's ready for takeoff. Warband, status. Aside from the diminished morale resulting from having to observe such disgraceful specimens of humanity, all is in order. He does not specify which individual she is referring to. Please, I've weathered far worse than this. Rockety shrugs, wrestling her quills. We are alive. Yippee. Smearing blood and ash across her split lip, Discernance grins eagerly. Thought I'd die of boredom while we were fussing over the Canonist's corpse. I had no idea Lucidians knew how to have such fun. Just Aspis. How did you enjoy your participation in my investigation? I confess, this was rather charming. The rogue trader, thoughtfully plucked shards of glass from her towering hairstyle. Also amusing commotion with interrogations, accusations, of Valkyries arriving from out of nowhere. I would remain with you a while longer, Acolyte. At least until my Seneschal mutinies from anxiety over my safety. Or until the warp allows the implacable flame to depart Scintilla. Consider it an honor if you join my warband. Wonderful! Aspis smiles in a serpentine manner. Trust your further exploits will not make me regret forsaking the dreary receptions of the Lucid Palace. I see. As, or leaving. Where we part ways, I have unfinished business in the palace, and the Lord Inquisitor awaits your report. The former interrogator is silent for a time, then gives a short nod. Working together once more was a sensible decision. We'll be done, Commander. Tourism's have arrived. Fall back to the docks, we'll hold them off. Oh, those are las carbines. That is not what was shown on their information, and that explains why they were doing so much damage. The las gun, though, does not make sense for how much damage they were doing. Requirement 60 fellowship. Wielder with 60 plus fellowship is able to wear this heavy armor even without proficiency. Interesting. Commissar's cap. When it wears influence increases an ally's morale. All enemies within the ally's influence must pass a reflex test with a plus 20 bonus. If failed, the damage is reduced. I'm sick. Can be quick about it.
We're still for long. Job here is done. Still in the fight.
Ah, dang, that's a lot of loot from a lot of enemies killed. Oh, crap. Well, I think that's going to be it for stream today. I am massively injured. And, kind of exhausted because that was a lot. So I think I'm going to be ending stream here. Oh, Aspis. There's a sighting of fury to my core is an unplaceable flame and turns comfort. A sense of novelty makes up for it. Concept of boredom is unknown to me. The stimuli not required to trigger my synaptic function. I operate solely upon the data already acquired. Honestly, I forgot about you.
No
Not gonna
sense
lie.
in delaying.
Stop telling me, screw up. Quartermaster lost this can of meat, and this corpse requires me fair square and target. Alright, I'm gonna be ending stream here. Party lived. Everyone's fine. And, holy crap, that was extreme. But I made it. Anyways, I am going to be ending stream here. Well, anyways, I'm gonna be in the stream here. I did a lot. Saved the game.
At once.
Holy crap, got the crap beat out of me a few times and went a lot later than I planned to. I will continue Warhammer 40k Dark Heresy Beta come next Friday. My next stream will be Monday with Elden Ring. Well, it's that's going to be it for today. So, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, follow, join Discord, all those things and whatnot. They help out and such. With all that said, have a good time whatever time zone you're in, and yeah, bye for now.